Attention everybody. We will begin the Junior Fair Market Beef Show in approximately 10 minutes, starting with Class 1 breeding heifers. Do I say their names now? What? Do I say their names now? It's like getting ready in the barn? Yeah. Okay. She's getting the people ready in the barn. You go get ready. Class 1 breeding heifers is Ian McClanahan, Elizabeth Hauserman, Emma Gibson, Preston Graham, and Wilson Smith. Please be getting ready in the barn. The order for today's show will be breeding heifers, feeder steers, followed by market beef. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 1 of breeding heifers. This is Ian McClanahan, Elizabeth Hauserman, Emma Gibson, Preston Graham, and Wilson Ian Smith. Getting ready in the barn should be Class 2 of breeding heifers. This is William Bertzel, Travis Brandenburg, Eliza Smith, Boone Burbage, and Isaac Bertzel.
Hello?
We would like to apologize for the delay for the show. We are currently experiencing some sound issues and they are unable to hear us in the barn. So we will be starting shortly once we are able to get this issue fixed. Thank you for the patience. In the meantime, let me introduce you to your judge. Your judge today is Brock Wooldridge. Brock is from Pike County, Ohio, and is the owner-manager of Deep Woods Farms Show Cattle and Show Pigs, which is located in Piketon, Ohio. The family's show cattle herd consists of 35 to 50 head of Angus, Maine Anjou, and Simmental influence cattle through their AI and embryo program that competes at county, state, and national levels. Brock's show pig operation consists of crossbred breeding stock, along with show barrows and gilts that also compete at county, state, and national levels. Brock was a 10-year 4-H member and also was a member of the Pike County Livestock Judging Team, where he had a very successful judging career. Brock attended Southern State College, where he studied animal nutrition and livestock production and management. Brock has been judging for approximately 20 years and has loved every moment of it. Please help me welcome your judge, Brock Wooldridge.
One, two, check one.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 breeding heifers. This is Ian McClanahan, Elizabeth Hauserman, Emma Gibson, Preston Graham, and Ian Smith. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 2 breeding heifers. This is William Bertzel, Travis Brandenburg, Eliza Smith, Boone Burbage, and Isaac Bertzel. Getting ready in the barn is Class 3 breeding heifers. This is Ella Carlier, Tanner Denton, Shelby Batista, Caleb Bremson, and Kennedy Reynolds.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a nice class to start your breeding heifer show with. I'm going to go ahead and start with the young man's blue roan heifer. She just balances out the way we need one to look as far as in this class. She's got the most body and rib shape and the most depth of body. And when you put her in motion, she's structurally sound and it works her way to the top end of that class. And when I get down and really kind of break her apart compared to others, she's just so much more mature through her rib cage and down in through her top. I like how she lays it from that hip into that tail head. Just a really good heifer to start the class with. Congratulations to the young man on that. You use that blue roan to win the class. I think it's clearly obvious. We need to come back and use this young lady with the black heifer right here. She's kind of got a lot of characteristics to her class winner. You know, with what kind of puts her in the second hole is whenever we put her into motion, she wants to get a little straight off of that rear hock and that pastern. Maybe just, I'd like to see just a little bit more base width to her, but nevertheless, I think is an awfully good heifer to put in that second hole behind our class winner. When we come back to the third one in the hole here with the smoke heifer, I like this heifer. I think she resembles her second place heifer a whole lot. She's just a little greener down through her top line. She's a little flatter in her muscle, kind of cut up into her flank a little bit. She just needs some time to belly on down. She's going to be a nice heifer. Just give her a little bit more time in that aspect of it, and I could see you moving her up another hole or two. The two young men here, you just kind of get out horsepowered as far as body and rib shape and body and condition. These cattle are just a little greener. You know, just give them some time, hit them hard with the feed bucket. I think they're going to come back and make you some nice cows in the future. Congratulations to those exhibitors in the first class.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 breeding heifers. This is William Birdsell, Travis Brandenburg, Eliza Smith, Boone Burbage, and Isaac Birdsell. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 3 breeding heifers. This is Ella Carlier, Tanner Denton, Shelby Batista, Caleb Brumson, and Kennedy Reynolds. Getting ready in the barn is Class 4 breeding heifers. This is Lillian Seibert, Pierce Sturflinger, Elizabeth Hauserman, Braden Hazelbaker, and Lillian Lane. Congratulations, Class 1 breeding heifers. In first place, Wilson Smith. In second place, Emma Gibson. Third, Elizabeth Hauserman. Fourth, Preston Graham. And fifth, Ian McClanahan.
when I judge a breeding heifer, I like for them to have some depth of body and some rib cage, which I know we're talking about baby heifers right here. But the heifer in first, there's some things I want to change about her, but then there's some things I absolutely love about her. You know, collar's one of them. She's a real cool collared, kind of a female, solid pattern, solid collared female. But when you get her out in the move, she's probably got the best set of rear legs on her as far as the set to the rear too. When you analyze her in her body and her rib cage, she's the most mature in the class in my opinion. You know, she's got a nice slope to her shoulder pattern, but once you kind of get up into that front third, I'm not calling her dirty fronted. To me, she's a little plain fronted. You know, the front ends that I like to see in my show females is actually the heifer that's in second. But as far as, you know, being ahead of the game and to win this particular class right here, I like that peachish blonde heifer to win the class. You know, the one that I absolutely, like I said, love the next extension in one, the nice swoop to the belly in her, you know, is this heifer in second. She's really straight in her lines. You know, I maybe would want to power her up in her back third, but nevertheless, I mean, this is a nice heifer. So, you know, with that class winner being the class winner, to me, she was just one to put first or third. She falls first. You put this heifer in second. Young man, that's where you come in the third. Use that heifer that's in second with the young man in the red. You just kind of follow suit to put you in third. Now, when you get your heifer out and you've got her on the move, she can flat get out and go. She's a little extra spine female for me. You know, so we're sacrificing the little body and rib shape, but nevertheless, this is going to be an ultra nice female in the future, probably going to have a better show career as a yearling with a whole lot bigger belly. The young man coming out here in the fourth hole, you know, with your heifer, once you put her out on the move, she wants to get a little straight behind and kind of roach up in her top. You know, it's a bad deal. She kind of fights you in the halter a little bit, and a lot of times when they do fight you in the halter, those things pop out even worse. But nevertheless, a nice, cool fronted female. Young man, you're going to have a nice cow here. You know, she's big ribbed, she's soft middled. You know, I just like to clean her up in her front third, but nevertheless, another good class of crossbred breeding heifers.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 breeding heifers. This is Ella Carlier, Tanner Denton, Shelby Batista, Caleb Brumson, and Kennedy Reynolds. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 4 breeding heifers. This is Lillian Seibert, Pierce Sturflinger, Elizabeth Hauserman, Braden Hazelbaker, and Lillian Lane. Getting ready in the barn is Class 5 breeding heifers. This is Wade Wilson, Ella Carlier, Boone Burbage, Wade Wilson, and Mary Bird. Congratulations, Class 2 breeding heifers. In first place, Eliza Smith. Second, Travis Brandenburg. Third, Isaac Birdsell. Fourth, William Birdsell. And fifth, Boone Burbage. We want to thank our sponsors. Our awards were donated by Southern Ohio Equipment Services, Tim Rudd, Clermont County Recorder, Howerton Construction, Mike and Sandy Borchers Cattle, Brad and Krista Burbage, Liming Limousine Cattle, Hatfield Cattle, Church Farms, and Austin and Samantha Church. Thank you.
As we work these two heifers to the top, there's no doubt about it. I guess each class we're going, it just keeps getting a little bit hotter and a little bit hotter. We're bringing in some heat, it seems like here, and that's okay. Keep them coming because I like to struggle a little bit when I'm out here in the arena, whether you're agreeing with me or not. But you know, this heifer starts the class. I mean, she's very mature in her body and rib shape. She's got some springer rib. You know, when you put her in motion, she's super sound. She's the biggest boned one in the class. Is she the prettiest necked one? No, she is not. But she is the squarest hip. She's the biggest top. She's the biggest, biggest ribbed one in the class. Young lady, you dropped your comb there. Don't step on it. But definitely the one for me to start the class. I'm sure I puzzled a lot of yous with this Bronco face heifer in second, but you know what? She doesn't have a stitch of hair on her. She's showing her true colors. I mean, this female right here, yeah, we would like to extend her out through her front third, maybe clean her up in her brisket, but she's got a good swoop to her belly, some body and rib shape to her. She's got plenty enough bone. She's just not hairy-legged. She's got plenty enough hip. She's nice in her tail head with no hair. She makes it look like she's rounds off. But when you put her in motion, you can tell she's got a nice big square hip in her. I feel that's a good heifer to put in the second hole. A lot of times at the end of show season, these are the type that make you the better cows. That's why I'm really fond of her. I see a nice future cow for that young lady. The young man coming in third. You know, I kind of like a lot of bits and pieces about this heifer, but sometimes when I analyze her, I'm asking the question, is she a little too tubey, you know, at times? But then, you know, there's times you look at her and she kind of blends into the mix. You know, she definitely does have some femininity. She's pretty good on her feet and legs. What I'd like to change about her, and as the young man's doing it right now, he's doing a great job at it, he loins her down. She pulls in her loin just a little bit. When you get her back into the hip, it kind of brings her tail head up a little bit. Just some minor things right there that I'd like to fix in that female. She kind of fits that third hole for me. If you wanted to change her and drop her a notch or move this heifer coming out in the fourth hole up, I'm perfectly fine with that. Probably on the move, this one's probably got a better set of legs on her. But as far as power and dimension, she probably isn't quite as heavy muscle. But this heifer's a nice combination heifer. For me, what put her down that low is I'd like to make her a little wider in her hip area. As you look at her, she kind of gets a little pinch. But nevertheless, another good heifer there. The young man that's rounding off the class, you're just kind of a little thinner made than the rest of them. But I appreciate that nice, pretty front third look that you have. Congratulations to all of them. That was a deep class.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 breeding heifers. This is Lillian Seibert, Pierce Sturflinger, Elizabeth Hauserman, Braden Hazelbaker, and Lillian Lane. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 5 breeding heifers. This is Wade Wilson, Ella Collier, Boone Burbage, Wade Wilson, and Mary Bird. Getting ready in the barn is Class 6 breeding heifers. This is Jack Wilson, Kaylee Rout, Lillian Lane, The sales trailer is currently open for consignments of feeder steers, feeder heifers, and market steers. You have from now until 1 hour after the conclusion of the show to consign all projects. Thank you.
As we get into these bigger heifers, we're kind of, it's kind of, some things are starting to get a little challenging for me, but nevertheless, I mean, when you get this heifer to relax, she can get out and go for the most part, but in this particular class, I kind of think she's the one to start with. She's the biggest hip heifer, she's the biggest top. She's not super stout bone, but she's not fine bone by no means. She's a little nervous out here, kind of won't give herself a good judgment, for what she is, but I think there's a nice heifer there. The young lady has, a good, nice skin and hair coat on her, nice silhouette to her, but the heifer, like I said, she's a little bit nervous, in my opinion. She wants to get just a little bit rigid off of those rear two and kind of hawk in just a little bit, but when she relaxes and you can catch her walking really good, that heifer is sound. I'm sure I throwed you a curveball by using that one for a class winner and then putting the heifer in third and not using this heifer here in third and not putting her in second. But there's something about this heifer in second. She absolutely has no stitch of hair. Keep walking her around. That'll help everyone see what I'm seeing. She has absolutely no stitch of hair. She's got some femininity. She's super sound on her feet and legs. She's got a nice swoop to her belly. She's deep-sided. She's straight in her lines. Just a very, very nice heifer right there. Don't let looks fool you. She's kind of got that Jersey look and collar to her. She's not a dairy cow. She might have some in her, I don't know, but she's plenty of good condition enough for me to put into that second hole. I like that heifer a lot. I think she's going to make a nice cow. The one in third, this this one's the problem child for me. You know, she can have some attributes about her to use for a breeding heifer, but in this particular class, she just ain't feminine enough for me through that front third. You know, I want to clean her up in her brisket. I love her body and rib shape. There's times that she looks like she's a little bit straight whenever he has her on the rear too, whenever he has her set up, but once he gets her on the move, she can get out and balance. Definitely the biggest footed one in the class, probably the biggest hipped one, the heaviest muscled one in the class, but she's just not straight enough in her top line for me. She wants to kind of break down in her top line, really get low fronted and bolt into that shoulder. She just falls into that third hole for me. The young man coming out here in fourth, you just got a few days and pounds and age on your female compared to the female behind you. What I want to change about her is I want to just kind of tuck her down in her loin a little bit. She gets up there and raises in her loin ever so slightly. Young lady, you just got out horsepowered with a lot of extra body and condition in the class, but I love the femininity of your heifer. Congratulations to those folks.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 breeding heifers. This is Wade Wilson, Ella Collier, Boone Burbage, Wade Wilson, and Mary Bird. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 6 breeding heifers. This is Jack Wilson, Kaylee Rott, and Lillian Lane. In between divisions, we'll be taking a few-minute break. Congratulations, Class 4 breeding heifers. In first place, Lillian Lane. Second, Elizabeth Hauserman. Third, Braden Hazelbaker. Fourth, Pierce Sturflinger. And fifth, Lillian Seibert.
In this particular class of these bigger heifers, we probably got two heifers that absolutely don't match, but I think there are two heifers that kind of need to sort their way to the top for some characteristics that they have. And I'll discuss that here. You know, we probably got one that is more that style and that type. You know, for the club calf judge, we probably got one here that's probably more the style and type for the breeding type judge. So there's two different types of females here, but as far as a combination of the body and rib shape and structural correctness, I think these two move themselves to the top quite handily. You know, the young man here in the front, I probably, you know, in this particular class, I'd want to get picky on your head. You know, of your female, probably feminine up there. You know, as far as a breeding piece, that's where the young lady semi-influenced female has over top of your heifer. You know, from the side view, she's probably a little deeper sided. You know, as far as in the rib cage, you're probably more expressed in the rib cage. You know, I kind of like to clean these both up into your chest floor a little bit, naturally, between the two females. You know, this heifer representing her breed, she's going to have a little bit more of that. You know, as far as yours, if you're representing the crossbred or whatsoever, you know, we probably would want a little bit more chiseled up front. If you would flip-flop these heifers in any way, you know, I'm not going to argue with you a bit. They're both really, really good heifers. We'll kind of see how things pan out for them in a division drive. But I'm going to start with the young lady first. Young man, you're going to be second. With that being stated, you know, you use that young lady to win the class there, and you kind of think, well, why didn't you use this one? There's just a whole lot more that I'd like to change on this young man's heifer right here as far as cleaning her up in the brisket, but I definitely do like the body and the rib shape that she has. I like her structure. When you get behind her, she probably doesn't have quite the thickness and is quite as straight in her lines as what the other two females are. This three up here at the top, you know, your top two maybe don't match. You just kind of put that heifer in between there. If you change that, I wouldn't mind a bit. The young lady here, you got a nice heifer from the side view. I love her femininity. Whenever you put her in motion, I just want to see more flex out of those rear two. The young lady here, telling off the end of the class, she just gets a little too round for me. I'd like to see a little bit more cannon bone, at least see a little bit more length in between your knee and your dew claw off your front two, and kind of smoothing her up in her shoulder. But nevertheless, another nice class of heifers.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 6 breeding heifers. This is Jack Wilson, Kaylee Rout, and Lillian Lane. Making their way outside the arena at this time is all first Making their way outside the arena at this time is all first and second place class winners. This is Ian Wilson, Class 1, Ian Wilson and Emma Gibson. Class 2, Eliza Smith and Travis Brandenburg. Class 3, Shelby Batista and Kennedy Reynolds. Class 4, Lily Lane and Elizabeth Hauserman. And Class 5, Ella Collier and Wade Wilson, tag ending in 777899. All third place need to be getting ready in the barn. Just a reminder, if you need to consign animals, the sales trailer is open now and will be open until 1 hour after the conclusion of the Market Beef Show. Thank you.
This is another pair of females here. If you would switch them, I wouldn't argue with you a bit. But I'm going to start with the young man, shorthorn appearing female. As far as just being out there and straightening her lines, when you put them both side by side here, she just kind of has all the pieces and puts them together just a tick better than what our big semi-influenced female is. The thing about the red heifer is I like how square and the right amount of flesh that she's got in her, but how she is up in her top. You know, how square she is in her hip, how she comes back into her tail head. Once she works down her loin, she's not over-conditioned, but young man, I wouldn't want her any heavier condition. That's a nice female there. When you get her out on the move, she's super and structurally sound. I like that about her. Young lady, I like the big length of body, the frame, the big frame, the length of body, the length of spine that she has. Definitely a nice female. There's just some areas here and there. You know, like I said earlier, this breed kind of carries it. I just want to smooth them up in her brisket ever so slightly. The young lady coming out in third, this female right here gets out and moves quite easy for herself, being as over-conditioned as what she is for her frame. But for me, she's not a breeding piece. She's more of a market heifer for me than what she is a breeding piece. But nevertheless, another good group of 3 heifers. Congratulate them as they exit the ring.
Entering the arena at this time is all first place class winners. This is Class 1. Class 1, Ian Wilson. Class 2, Eliza Smith. Class 3, Shelby Batista. Class 4, Lillian Lane. Class 5, Ella Collier. And Class 6, Jack Wilson. All second and third place class winners need to be making their way outside the arena at this time.
as we get out here in your breeding heifer drive, and I kind of like what I've got out here, and I'm super happy with them. There's some classes here and there. If you would have flip-flopped that first and second, I'd be okay with it, but it's just my opinion on what we got out here. We kind of started off on the smaller heifers there, and I asked Dale, I'm like, we are in the breeding heifers, correct? We're not in the feeder calves, right? Because it just came like 3 calves and 3 classes in a row of nothing but feeder calves, and then we finally got to the big ones, you know. So we got 3 small ones out here going up against 3 big females, and sometimes that's just a little bit hard, you know. But one thing about these 3 bigger females out here is we kind of are picturing what we can see a year later. You know, we kind of got one that's a little bit different style, maybe kind of favoring more the club calf thing. We got one that's kind of, you know, or two showing more of the breed thing and representing their breed. This is a breeding heifer show, and for me, I kind of have a tendency to kind of lean a little bit more towards the breeding heifer, even though I do fool with club calves, than leaning towards the club calves in a breeding heifer show. For me, the one that puts everything together, as far as being straight in her line, straight in her top, having a good, nice feminine front third to her. She's got some depth of body and some springer rib. When you get her out, she moves out free and easy. I like how she lays into that hip and that tail head. She's got the right amount of muscle whenever you come down to her quarter. The one that does it the best for me is the shorthorn female. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Breeding Heifer, Jack Wilson. Entering the arena at this time is Lillian Lane. Lily Lane, you have 2 minutes to be making your way into the show arena at this time.
We bring that heifer in at second in class to the shorthorn female. There's a lot of bits and pieces that we like about her, you know, and she kind of blends into the package I like to see. There's just another one out here that I like a little bit more. That's that young lady, semi-influenced female. She'll be a reserve champion.
Congratulations, reserve champion breeding heifer Ella Collier. Wade Wilson, tag number 77899. Please be making your way into the arena at this time.
We bring the second place heifer out here that was in that particular class to a reserve champion. And I took a little while trying to figure out what route I wanted to go. And what puzzled me there was, you know, we kind of didn't really get into this type of female. You know, we kind of just got done with this particular female here. And then you walk in the next class and you got that one right there. And I kind of switched gears on there because we kind of got more to what I wanted to see. But there's another one out here that I haven't been eyeballing in the grand drive that I think is going to match up. We're going to go little. This young lady right here is going to have your third overall.
Congratulations, third overall breeding heifer Shelby Batista. Kennedy Reynolds, please be making your way into the arena at this time.
as we're out here looking for our 4th overall, we brought the young lady in the second hole there, being second in class to her 3rd overall heifer. This is a heifer that I commented on. You know, when you put her on the move, she's super sound. She gets out. She's got great flexibility. She's got enough femininity to her. She's kind of cool collared up there, having that bronco face. She's straight in her lines. Absolutely has not a stitch of hair. She's showing your true collars, but there's one out here that's also showing your true collars. You know, she's almost to the stage being in her working clothes. That big semi on the end is going to be your 4th overall.
Congratulations, 4th overall breeding heifer Lillian Lane. Kaylee Rout, please be entering the arena at this time. Kaylee Rout, you have 2 minutes to be making your way to the show arena.
We bring that 3rd place heifer out in that last class, and you know, it's a heifer you got to appreciate, you know, as far as the bone and structure that she has on her for the pounds that she's weighing right now for her frame and size. But to me, she's a little bit more of a market heifer than what I would call a breeding heifer. The next 2 I'm kind of looking at as far as filling into that 5th hole, again, is this little bronco face heifer right here, and a young man's heifer back there. in a second to last class. You know, when you put this heifer on the move, you got to appreciate how she gets out and moves. You know, you appreciate the amount of body and rib shape that she has. You know, there's some times now and then whenever he sets her up, she maybe is stretched out just a little too far and you know, kind of relaxes. There's one thing about it, if you kind of look at the head and everything through the front third of these females here, you know, they've got that type of breeding head. She has that type of club calf type of head to her. I'd like to change her head, but I love a lot of things about her. Once you look down through her top, into her hip and her tail head, she comes down. She's, you know, super stout bone, but she's not loaded up with a bunch of muscle. I like her fifth best. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations, 5th overall breeding heifer, Wade Wilson. We will be taking a brief intermission in between divisions. A reminder that if necessary for divisions, we will be pulling 3 deep from classes, so make sure to have your first, seconds, and thirds all ready to re-enter the arena. We would like to thank tonight's sponsors. Awards were donated by Southern Ohio Equipment Services, Tim Rudd, Clermont County Recorder, Howerton Construction, Mike and Sandy Borchers, Borchers Cattle, Brad and Krista Burbage, Liming Limousine Cattle, Hatfield Cattle, Church Farms, and Austin and Samantha Church. Let's give them a round of applause. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 1 feeder heifers. These exhibitors are Brady Young, Braden Hazelbaker, and Eli Jarman. Getting ready in the barn is Class 2 feeder heifers. These exhibitors are Peyton Smith, Bentley Snyder, Josie Davis, and Clint Dollenmeyer. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 feeder heifers. These exhibitors are Brady Young, Braden Hazelbaker, and Eli Jarman. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 2 feeder heifers. These exhibitors are Peyton Smith, Bentley Snyder, Josie Davis, and Clint Dollenmeyer. Getting ready in the barn is Class 3 feeder heifers. These exhibitors are Shelby Batista, Noah Brumson, Jack Wilson, and Tegan Tisland.
As we get into your first class of feeder heifers here, I'm going to start with the young man's baldy sock-footed heifer here. You know, she's a heifer that could kind of play both ways. We could have had her in the show here just a little while ago in the breeding heifer show, but apparently he's entered her in the feeder heifer show, and I like her here just as well as any. You know, when you get her out in the move, she moves out free and easy. She's clean up in through her chest floor and up into her head and neck. I did make a comment about how he showed her today in showmanship. Maybe sometimes when she gets that head jacked up a little too high, you know, she doesn't set just quite right down in through her neck into the point of her shoulders. You know, I kind of would like to fix her there, you know, on her head placement. At certain times where he has her head adjusted, she looks a lot better down through her top line. But I appreciate how big hips she is and how nice she goes up into a pretty tail head. When you come down through and into her lower quarter, she's got enough to win this class in the feeder calf show. If you use her first, in my opinion, let's go with the little smoke heifer here. You know, one thing I like and appreciate about her, you know, she's just a little sounder on the move versus the one that we've got in third. She's a little square and a little longer hip versus the one that we got in third. So I kind of put her in the second hole because I felt she paired up with her class winner. She also has some resemblance of her third place animal, but I'd like to, on her third place animal, I'd like to just lengthen her out in her hip just ever so slightly. Once she gets out in the move, she kind of tucks her rear two up underneath her a little bit. But one thing's for sure, this heifer has got a great big rib in her, and she's probably the biggest rib and the heaviest muscled out of the three. I just like her in that third hole for this particular class. Congratulations to them as they exit the ring.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 feeder heifers. These exhibitors are Peyton Smith, Bentley Snyder, Josie Davis, and Clint Dollenmeyer. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 3 feeder heifers. These exhibitors are Shelby Batista, Noah Brumson, Jack Wilson, and Tegan Tisland. Getting ready in the barn should be all first, second, and third place class winners. Congratulations, Class 1 feeder heifers. In first place, Eli Jarman. In second, Brady Young. In third place, Braden Hazelbaker.
In your second class of feeder heifers, I'm going to start off with the young man's kind of smokish white heifer here. You know, she is the biggest top, the biggest hip. She's carrying probably the most rear quarter, and she's got the deepest side and the deepest flanks. When you put her out into motion, she moves fairly free and easy enough to win the class, but definitely a thick top individual heifer to win the class. The heifer coming out in second. As far as you analyze that class winner's front third and you analyze this heifer's front third, they kind of blend in the same. This heifer right here, she probably favors just a little bit more the breeding material for me, but she's got enough muscle in that lower back third to kind of go ahead and put her in that second hole because she's got some pieces to match up with her class winner. Granted, I do feel that the one behind her's carrying some muscle, a little bit more muscle than the second place female, but it's not quite as clean fronted as what her second place female is. This one here wants to kind of steep up into her tail head. I kind of want to bring that down a little bit, fix that right there. Maybe I'd switch those two. But anyhow, I put her in third for that reason. The young lady coming out in fourth, she probably has the more shallow or ribbed one, but she's got some rib shape, but it's probably shallowest rib, between the two. That we put in third and fourth. She maybe slopes off a little bit more in her hip area and her tail head area versus that one above her, but nevertheless, one that's got some nice pieces to her. Congratulations to that class.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 feeder heifers. These exhibitors are Shelby Batista, Noah Brumson, Jack Wilson, and Tegan Tisland. Making their way outside the arena at this time is all first and second place class winners. First, Class 1, Eli Jarman and Brady Young. Class 2, Clint Dollenmeyer and Josie Davis. Third place class winners, please be getting ready in the barn.
Usually in the evening time it starts cooling off, but I think it's getting a little hotter with this class right here. We got two nice individual feeders out here. You know, I think they worked their way to the top real quick for me. There's some bits and pieces that I'm going to talk about each and every one of them here. You know, you got the big, soft, soggy rib, feeder heifer right here carrying just a shot more bone. Is she really carrying a shot more bone, or is she just a little hairier legged? Is she quite as big hipped and as big topped, as the other one, or is it because she's just a little hairier? I think she is big topped. I think she is big hipped. I think she is big bone. I love the silhouette that she's got in her. If there's some things that I would like to change about her, I'd like to change her up in her head area. I'd like to lengthen her out in her neck. I'd like to clean her up in her brisket, but I really, really like that soft middle that she has. The young man here, he's got a real nice female right here. I think another one right here is carrying a little bit of muscle for a breeding heifer show, but still could have worked in that breeding heifer show. But you did it right, young man. You brought her out here on the feeder calf show, and she looks, it matches her probably a little bit better. But I really like how it's feminine up into her front third, up in her head area. She's a little cleaner about her brisket area. You've got some volume to her. You maybe not was quite as soft middled as the heifer in front of you there, but one thing about it, you've got plenty enough middle too. You got plenty enough hip, you've got plenty enough muscle, you got plenty enough bone. For me, between the two, what's going to separate these females is right into that shoulder forward, from the shoulder up into the head, and when you put them in structure. When this young lady moves her female, she kind of wants to hawk in just ever so slightly, get a little bit narrow tracking. That's what I want to change about her. Young man, that's where you win the class. You're better on the feet and legs. Congratulations to you, young lady. Be on standby. You got beat by a really nice heifer. Definitely a good one to be on standby with. Congratulations to those two people on those first and second place. Young man, you just kind of fell into a tough class right there. You kind of got a little bit a female that kind of pulls into her loin, but I definitely love her front third. When she gets out, she moves fairly free and easy. It's her roaching up in her top, sloping in her hip that catches for me. That's why you hit the third hole. But when you put yourself on the move, when you put her on the move, she's a lot sounder than the heifer that's following you. This heifer here for me, she just gets a little straight in her shoulder, straight into her front knee, straight into her hock, but I like how straight she is down through that top and that tail head, and she does have a cocky front end, maybe a little too cocky. If she gets calmed down, brings her structure together, maybe this heifer can move up, but certainly a deep class of heifers. Congratulate them as they leave the ring.
Entering the arena at this time is all first place class winners. These exhibitors are Eli Jarman, Clint Dollenmeyer, and Jack Wilson. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be all second and third place class winners. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Brady Young and Braden Hazelbaker, Class 2, Josie Davis and Bentley Snyder, and Class 3, Shelby Batista and Noah Brumson. Congratulations, Class 3 feeder heifers. In first place, Jack Wilson. Second place, Shelby Batista. Third, Noah Brumson. And fourth, Tegan Tisland.
as we get out here in your feeder heifer drive, I think we got 3 individuals out here that are nice, and I'm satisfied with what we got out here and what was in each class to bring them to the front, to have them out here in the grand drive. You know, the young man's heifer here, you know, there's a lot of things I like about her, and when you put her out on the move, I appreciate her there. There's just some small things that I want to change about her. You know, whenever she has her head jacked a certain way, she doesn't quite connect right when she comes down into her neck, right into the point of her shoulder. She kind of wants to run downhill a little bit and pinch just right there ever so slightly behind that front shoulder. But nevertheless, I mean, this heifer, when you put her on the move, she's appreciated. I like her a lot, and I appreciate having her out here. The young man here, you was just the one that was super thick, you know, topped and super wide-hipped in that class. You kind of brought some pieces together to put you up there as the class winner and be out here in the grand drive. Young man, I don't even know if I bragged enough on your heifer. You know, if I haven't, this ought to tell the tale. You're the champion feeder heifer.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Feeder Heifer, Jack Wilson. Shelby Batista, please be entering the arena at this time. We need Noah Brumson to be making his way outside the arena.
The 2 heifers I'm looking at, you know, for reserving your feeder heifer shows obviously that second place heifer there. And, you know, I kind of took my time judging between those 2. And I you know, pretty much told you on this young lady's feeder heifer, you know, I wanted to change her up through her front third in her head and coming down in, make her a little bit longer and clean her neck and clean her up in that brisket. That's where the Baldy heifer kind of overcomes that particular female out of that last class. She's a little better through her front third, but when you analyze her, that heifer back there is a little wider top, a little bit more softer and bigger into that rib cage, you know, kind of keeps her top line, you know, pretty good. This heifer kind of, like I said, kind of falls off and kind of comes down, runs downhill and pinches in behind her shoulders. You know, I like both of those heifers. If you had your feet in my shoes and you would change them and flip-flop them compared to what I'm getting ready to do, you know, it's another thing. I'm not going to debate you and argue with you on that. But the one I like the second best is that second place heifer right there. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, Reserve Champion Feeder Heifer, Shelby Batista. Noah Brumson, please be making your way into the arena at this time.
We got the young man's third place heifer coming out here, and like Like I said before in class, you really like that ultra cool front third that she's got, but whenever you put her on the move, she kind of wants to loin up, pull in her loin just a little bit and kind of get a little bit high in her tail head, but you appreciate the muscle pattern that she does have. I think there's one out here that I like third best. I'm coming back to the Baldy female. Congratulations to you, young man.
Congratulations, third overall feeder heifer, Eli Jarman. Brady Young, please be making your way inside the arena at this time. Braden Hazelbaker, please be making your way to the outside of the arena.
We bring the young man out of Class 1, his second place heifer here, and we got to appreciate her. She kind of fell in that hole because she has some characteristics of that class winner in that particular class. But, you know, she wants to round off in her hip and in her tail head ever so slightly, and she's kind of getting out horsepowered on some pounds and some bone. There's one out here, I believe, if we had a little bit better hair on her legs and got them groomed up just a little bit better. I mean, some of that hair is hard to deal with, but I certainly like this female when she's on the stand point, but once you get down and you look at her down through her top, you appreciate the big long wide hip that she's got and the expression that she's got down through her top from her hip all the way to her shoulder. The young man out of Class 2 is going to be your fourth overall.
Congratulations, fourth overall feeder heifer, Clint Dollenmeyer. Josie Davis, please be making your way into the arena at this time. Bentley Snyder, please be making your way outside the arena at this time.
The young lady brings her red and white heifer out here, and she's another one that I said that could play in that breeding heifer show. You know, but she done a good job out here and worked her way up into the second hole in the feeder calf show in Class 2. You know, as for me, it's between her and it's between the young man in the last class. You know, I don't know if it's because that heifer's starting to maybe get a little wore out. She's starting to relax a little bit better in that loin. The young man, as many times as I mention it, he does a better job like he is right now, getting her loin down. When he does that, she looks good. She's my fifth place heifer.
Congratulations, fifth overall feeder heifer, Noah Brumson. Just a reminder that in between divisions, we will be taking small intermissions in order for exhibitors to be able to take pictures. Your judge today is Brock Woolridge. Brock is from Pike County, Ohio, and is the owner-manager of Deepwoods Farms, Show Cattle and Show Pigs, which is located in Piketon, Ohio. The family's show cattle herd consists of 35 to 50 head of Angus, Maine Anjou, and Simmental-influenced cattle through their AI and embryo program that competes at county, state, and national levels. Brock's show pig operation consists of crossbred breeding stock along with show barrows and gilts that also compete at county, state, and national levels. Brock was a 10-year 4-H member and also was a member of the Pike County Livestock Judging Team, where he had a very successful judging career. Brock attended Southern State College, where he studied animal nutrition and livestock production and management. Brock has been judging for approximately 20 years and has loved every moment of it. Please welcome your judge, Brock Woolridge. We would like to thank tonight's sponsors. Awards were donated by Southern Ohio Equipment Services, Tim Rudd, Clermont County Recorder, Howerton Construction, Mike and Sandy Borchers, Borchers Cattle, Brad and Krista Burbage, Liming Limousine Cattle, Hatfield Cattle, Church Farms, and Austin and Samantha Church. Let's give them a round of applause. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 1 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Noelle Beckman, Tucker Denton, Kylie Bosom, and Tegan Tisland. Getting ready in the barn is Class 2 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Eve Hollander, Eli Jarman, Olivia Havrilla, Ella Collier, and Bailey Klinger. Making their way inside the arena at this time is Class 1 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Noelle Beckman, Tucker Denton, Kylie Bosom, and Tegan Tisland. Making their way outside of the arena at this time is Class 2 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Eve Hollander, Eli Jarman, Olivia Havrilla, Ella Collier, and Bailey Klinger. Getting ready in the barn is Class 3 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Braden O'Hearn, Aubrey Lorenzen, and Mason Cox.
As we get into our first class of feeder steers, I'm going to move this young lady to the first hole here. Whenever she puts her steer out on the move, he probably gets out and moves the easiest on his feet and legs. He hits that hind foot where that front foot left. As far as on his bone structure, I maybe like to stouten him up from the hock down to the dew claw, but he is the most matured in his rib shape, in his top shape, and in his hip. When she gets him presented, he looks pretty good. The question I have on this particular guy is exactly how big he's, I don't know how old he is. I'm curious to see how big he's going to get as far as an ending point. But nevertheless, I feel he's the one to start the class with. The red and white steer here, he's got a super cool look to him. He's got some depth of side, and he's got a little bit of condition, but he still needs a whole lot more. Kind of relax on those rear two whenever he gets out and moves. We just want to see him relax right there, kind of give him a little bit more base width, but I think he's going to get that as big hipped as he is as he goes with age. The young man here, definitely a cool front third, and got that bald face, and I am a sucker for baldy. But the thing about him that puts him where he is he's just a little off in his front knee, and he gets a little straight into his rear hock. If we could fix those two things about him, I could move him higher, but he's just a little off for me on both ends. But from the standstill, he is super stylish. Young man, you just kind of run out of pounds here. We just need a little bit more top. Fill him out in behind his shoulder. He wants to break into his top line right behind the point of his shoulder right there. If we can fix that, we could possibly move him up a notch or two higher. Congratulations to that class as they exit the ring.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Eve Hollander, Eli Jarman, Olivia Havrilla, Ella Collier, and Bailey Klinger. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 3 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Braden O'Hearn, Aubrey Lorenzen, and Mason Cox. Getting ready in the barn is Class 4 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Riley Gregg, Alex Bosom, Ty Young, and Tanner Perrin. Congratulations, Class 1 feeder steers. In first place, Noel Beckman. Second, Kylie Bosom. Third, Tegan Tislin. And fourth, Tucker Denton.
in this particular class of steers, we kind of got two different styles that work their way to the top. We got a little bigger frame, little bit more of a longer spine steer. We got a little bit more of a boxier, thicker made, stouter steer here in the second hole. You know, these are two different types of cattle. I'll talk about them a little bit. It's splitting hairs. You know, they both got a pretty front third to them. They're smooth enough in their shoulder, you know, but one's probably a little bit bigger sheath than the other one. One's probably got a little bit more cannon bone than the other. When you put the young man in the front here, when you put his steer on the move, he's super sound, kind of almost a little too sound, and you're going to wonder, for me, I wonder how, you know, he's going to be, how that's going to affect that steer as he puts more weight on in the future. Could he end up turning in and kind of being coon-footed? That's my question on him. The young lady steer here, is he a little quicker maturing for his frame? You know, it's borderline. I mean, it could happen, it may not happen, but today, I mean, he looks like he's going to be perfectly fine. You know, when she goes to set him up, she kind of lets him fall apart just a little bit and has to freshen him up just like she did right there, and that steer looks good. When you put him on in motion, he wants to roll ever so slightly on his right rear hoof. That's something that feet trimming could possibly take care of, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not going to let that affect me too much. You know, we got two different types of steers here. Whichever way you go, I wouldn't debate with you at all, but I'm going to go with the young lady to win the class. Young man, you're going to be second. You know, you put that young man in second, you got to about put this young lady in third right here. Young lady, what puts you in the third hole is the young man steer above you. Just kind of pretty much has a little bit more body condition to it, and he's a little bit more mature in its lower third and has a bigger hip, but nevertheless, you have a cool fronted sound one. I like that one. The two youngsters finishing the class off here, just go ahead, continue. You're taking good care of your animal. Just go ahead and go home and pound the feed to them and bring them back next year. Congratulations to those folks.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Braden O'Hearn, Aubrey Lorenzen, and Mason Cox. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 4 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Riley Gregg, Alex Bosom, Ty Young, and Tanner Perrin. Getting ready in the barn is Class 5 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Mason Cox, Braden O'Hearn, Kaylee Rout, and Lillian Lane. Congratulations, Class 2 feeder steers. In first place, Bailey Klinger. Second, Eli Jarman. Third, Ella Collier. Fourth, Eve Hollander. And in fifth, Olivia Havrilla.
In this class, we got 3 single entries, and I think the young lady's calf I'm going to use to start the class with. I think he works his way to the top from a structure standpoint, from a body and rib shape standpoint. He's the biggest there. He's the best there. He's got the most quarter between the 3 steers. You know, he's the straightest in his top line. You know, from the back 2/3, he puts the best combination together for me. You know, as far as his front third, he is not the prettiest between the 3 individuals we have out here. He kind of wants to have a little bit of chest floor. He's a little shorter in his neck, kind of more boxier headed. You know, I'd like to change that about him. But one thing's for sure, that guy's good structured today, and he's going to be good structured at the end, I feel. You know, he's not got all that pretty hair. He's showing you every bit that he's got. He's got good bits and pieces. Congratulations to that young lady. The young man here, you know, you're a little bit more mature in your rib than the calf behind you. For me, I like the ultra cool neck in him. I like the splash on the sock feet that kind of sets him apart. When you put your steer into motion, he's a little bit better structured than the steer behind you, and he holds his composure up there in his hip and tail head area. He doesn't slope. Young man, that's where you get me, and you kind of hit the 3rd hole here. When you put him in motion, he wants to slope from hooks to pins. If we could fix that about him, I'd maybe flip-flop you. Congratulations to the 3 individuals there.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Riley Gregg, Alex Bosom, Ty Young, and Tanner Perrin. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 5 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Mason Cox, Braden O'Hearn, Kaylee Rott, and Lillian Lane. Getting ready in the barn is Class 6 of feeder steers. These exhibitors are Kennedy Reynolds, Braylee Kirk, Easton Jennings, and Walker Denton. Congratulations, Class 3 feeder steers. In first, Aubrey Lorenzen. Second, Mason Cox. And third, Braden O'Hearn.
As we get out here in the next class of feeder steers, this one works his way to the top of the class for me extremely quick. He's got a lot of bits and pieces about him that I really like that are very, very good. I'm anxious to see how he has them up against the competition in the next class and the ones that have won the class in front of him. But this guy, he's just very, very good in his rib shape. He's smooth in his shoulder. You know, he's got some hip and some muscle to him. When you put him on the move, he's super, super sound. The blue roan coming out next. You know, I would like to see him, he's a little tense right now. I'd like to see him just kind of relax. But whenever that guy gets out and moves, go ahead and ease your way on out, honey. When you put him on the move, he's probably a little sounder than the one behind him. He's a little flatter in his top line and in his hip. He is definitely pretty through his front third. He is tubular in his rib cage compared to the one behind him. The one behind him, you know, I'd like to clean him up in his front third, smoothing him up into that shoulder, you know, tighten him up into that sheath. He gets out and he moves, you know, and got a good set to his rear legs and probably got a little bit more hoof than that blue roan. It's just the front third that's what gets me and puts the blue roan in the second hole. The young man here's got a nice heavy muscle, big top, big rib steer that gets out and moves free and easy. You know, we'd like to see him have a little bit more hair, but nevertheless, that steer's going to grow good for him and going to be an awesome market steer for him next year. Congratulations to that class.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Mason Cox, Braden O'Hearn, Kaylee Rout, and Lillian Lane. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 6 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Kennedy Reynolds, Braylee Kirk, Easton Jennings, and Walker Denton. Getting ready in the barn is Class 7 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Jenna Cox, Sadie Wolfer, Colton Sisson, Braden Hatfield, and Mary Bird. Congratulations, Class 4 feeder steers. In first place, Tanner Perrin. Second, Riley Gregg. Third, Alex Bosom. And fourth, Ty Young.
In this class of feeder steers here, this one works his way to the top real quick for me. He's the most structurally sound calf in the class. You know, he's kind of more of a meat and potatoes kind of a steer, but he does have a cool look through his front third. I'd like to smoothen him up maybe into that shoulder, but I tell you what, he's a big, soft, deep-ribbed guy that gets out and moves. He's got a nice hip and tail head to him. He's got some lower quarter to him. Just a nice calf. He ain't super hairy. He just doesn't wow you, but he's got all the good factors that he needs with just a little bit of tweaking here and there. I think he wins the class real easy. It's a toss-up between me on the next two, between second and third. I kind of went with the young man's steer here that I feel is kind of a little bit smoother through his front third and cleaner into his chest floor. He's probably a little bit deeper in his flank, carrying just a shot more bone to him. He pulls ever so slightly into that loin, but he's a lot squarer and longer in his hip and in his tail head than the calf behind him. The calf behind him, I'd just like to stouten, you know, him up in his lower third, but it's definitely a calf that kind of gets out and moves free and easy. Also, just stouting it out, make it a little bit bigger butted than the two that's in front of him. Nevertheless, another good calf for the young lady here to finish out as a fat steer. Young man here, you just kind of get overpowered on some look and some depth of body and structure. You know, one thing about your calf, he is very extended through his front third, but once we put him in motion, he wants to hawk in a little bit and slope from hooks to pins. If we could fix that about him, we'd move him on up a notch or two. Congratulations to that group of kids.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 6 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Kennedy Reynolds, Braylee Kirk, Easton Jennings, and Walker Denton. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 7 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Jenna Cox, Sadie Wolfer, Colton Sisson, Braden Hatfield, and Mary Bird. Getting ready in the barn is Class 8 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Braden Hatfield, Tanner Perrin, Tucker Denton, and Aubrey Hatfield. I gotcha. Thank you. Congratulations, Class 5 feeder steers. In first place, Lillian Lane. Second, Braden O'Hearn. Third, Kaylee Rout. And fourth, Mason Cox.
The two we got out here in the top end of this class are a lot of areas are kind of two-piece in a pod. Whenever you put them into motion, one's just a little bit sounder than the other off the rear end. One's just a little bit sounder than the other off the front end. One wants to get maybe just a tick straight because he's so elevated and so clean through his front third. It kind of makes it look like he might be a tick straight in his shoulder or a tick straight in his knee, but I don't think so. I think it's where he's just so elevated and comes in really, really good from down into his neck into the point of his shoulder. The other one, from behind on his rear too, whenever he's on the move, kind of wants to knuckle up every now and then. I don't think it's nothing that's going to be a big major thing down the road. Both steers are really nice steers from the side. One's probably got a little bit today is a little deeper flank than the other. The one that I like the best is going to be the young man's Baldy. He's going to win the class. Young lady's going to be second. Young man here is doing a good job, feeding his steer. He's got some rib cage to him. He just kind of gets out horsed on some style and some bone work and structure. The young lady, her animal, as you look down his top, he's not got quite the width as the others, but as you notice, he's kind of got the runs. He's got a little bit of belly ache. He might be a little dehydrated down his top line there, but if we could fix that, maybe we could switch that bottom pair there on third and fourth. But congratulations to those individuals in that class.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 7 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Jenna Cox, Sadie Wolfer, Colton Sisson, Braden Hatfield, and Mary Bird. Class 8, please be making your way outside the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Braden Hatfield, Tanner Perrin, Tucker Denton, and Aubrey Hatfield. Getting ready in the barn is Class 9 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Aubrey Hatfield, Emma Gibson, and Travis Brandenburg. Congratulations, Class 6 feeder steers. In first, Easton Jennings. Second, Brayley Kirk. Third, Walker Denton. And fourth, Kennedy Reynolds.
As we get these two steers up here to the top of the class, you know, there's two steers that I think's got a lot of good in them. You know, as far as from a lot of pieces from the ground up. You know, the steer and the shorthorn appearing steer, he's the biggest and he's the longest hip and probably the widest back. You know, he's probably not quite as clean fronted as the steer up here in front. You know, they both got about the same amount of bone, but as you got them set up, the shorthorn steer probably has a little bit better set to his rear two on the standstill. He certainly has a better set on the rear two when you put him into motion. When this guy sets up and sets up correctly, he gives you a daggone cool look. He is super extended through that front third. He's smooth enough in his shoulder. You know, when you get him nice through that top line, back into that hip and that tail head, he just ain't quite got the explosive hip as what the shorthorn appearing steer does, nor does he have quite the explosive rear quarter that the shorthorn steer does. So it's splitting some hairs. If you'd split these two differently from the way I've got them, you know, it's another pair I'm not going to argue with you none on. I'm going to use the young man's shorthorn steer to win the class. This young man's going to be second. Two awfully good steers there at the top end. Young lady here with the kind of the Hereford smokish, peachish collared calf here. You know, he's very, very nice. When you put him on the move, he's sound. He just quite doesn't carry that top, the width, the shape down through his top, all the way into his shoulder. The young lady with the blue roan here just kind of gets overpowered on some stoutness. The young lady here, you know, finishing off the tail end of the class here, she brings us a Hereford Angus appearing steer. You know, no wow factors about him, but you put him on the move, he's super sound. He's got some rib cage. He's going to be an easy feeder in the future for the young lady. Congratulations to that class.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 8 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Braden Hatfield, Tanner Perrin, Tucker Denton, and Aubrey Hatfield. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Aubrey Hatfield, Emma Gibson, and Travis Brandenburg. Getting ready in the barn should be all class first, second, and third place winners. These exhibitors are Class 1 first place Noelle Beckman, second place Kylie Bosom, third place Tegan Tisland, Class 2 first place Bailey Klinger, second place Eli Jarman, third place Ella Collier. Class 3 first place Aubrey Lorenzen, second place Mason Cox, and third place Braden O'Hearn. Class 4 first place Tanner Perrin, second place Riley Gregg, and third place Alex Bosom. Class 5 first place Lillian Lane, second place Braden O'Hearn, and third place Kaylee Rott. Class 6 first place Easton Jennings, second place Brayley Kirk, and third place, Walker Denton. Class 7 first place, Braden Hatfield, second place, Colton Sisson, and third place, Mary Bird.
As we get this class of steers out here, I'm going to go ahead and start up with the one that has got the splash of collar to him. You know, there's times whenever you put him out there on the move, seems like on this side of the arena, he kind of wants to knuckle up just a little bit. But when you bring him on that side of the arena, he walks perfectly fine and hardly doesn't even miss a step. But I like this guy's silhouette. I mean, he's got the beautiful hair to him. I like how big hipped he is. I like how he holds that thickness down through his top line right into the point of his shoulder. You know, another one here, I like his body and rib cage. You know, that's a steer right there as we're starting to get into these heavier weights. you kind of question yourself, is he going to be, have enough frame to handle, what a lot of guys like to weigh their fats in at 1375? I think so. I think that's a good one to start the class with. If you start the class with him, I feel you kind of need to start the class with the smoke. The smoke, whenever you put him in motion, he has that flex in his rear hock, but whenever you set him up, it kind of seems like he's a little straight in his hock. But nevertheless, he's another steer that I like the hip, the squareness of hip, how he lays into his tail head, how he keeps that thickness down through his top. I think he's the second best steer to put behind that class winner. The young man in third, I really like your steer. When you put it on the move, he gets out and moves pretty good for the most part. Kind of pulls in his loin ever so slightly, but once you get him set up and get him loin down, he's a nice made steer. I'd like to drop him in his flank ever so slightly, but anyhow, whenever you put him on the move and you're looking at him from the rear, it looks like his left hock is bigger than his right hock, but that's not the case. I just think the fitter maybe didn't have time to get that left hock clipped down, but another good steer to be third in class. Young man, you just kind of get out horsepowered in the class with overall power, body, bone, etc. Just take him home, feed him, bring him back as a fat steer. You're doing a good job so far. Congratulations to you.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 9 feeder steers. These exhibitors are Aubrey Hatfield, Emma Gibson, and Travis Brandenburg. Making their way outside the arena at this time is all Class 1st and 2nd place winners. These exhibitors are Class 1, Noelle Beckman and Kylie Bosom. Class 2, Bailey Klinger and Eli Jarman. Class 3, Aubrey Lorenzen and Mason Cox. Class 4, Tanner Perrin and Riley Gregg. Class 5, Lillian Lane and Braden O'Hearn. Class 6, Easton Jennings and Brayley Kirk. Class 7, Braden Hatfield and Colton Sisson. And Class 8, Braden Hatfield and Aubrey Hatfield. All third place class winners, please be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Tegan Tisland, Ella Collier, Braden O'Hearn, Alex Bosom, Kaylee Rout, Walker Denton, Mary Bird, and Tanner Perrin. Just a reminder, if you have yet to consign any animals you wish to go through the livestock sale, you have from now until 1 hour at the completion of the show to go to the sales trailer and sign those animals up. We would like to thank tonight's sponsors. Awards were donated by Southern Ohio Equipment Services, Tim Rudd, Clermont County Recorder, Howerton Construction, Mike and Sandy Borchers, Borchers Cattle, Brad and Krista Burbage, Liming Limousine Cattle, Hatfield Cattle, Church Farms, and Austin and Samantha Church. Let's give them a round of applause. Your judge today is Brock Wooldridge. Brock is from Pike County, Ohio, and is the owner-manager of Deep Woods Farms Show Cattle and Show Pigs, which is located in Piketon, Ohio. The family's show cattle herd consists of 35 to 50 head of Angus, Maine Anjou, and Simmental influence cattle through their AI and embryo program that competes at county, state, and national levels. Brock's show pig operation consists of crossbred breeding stock along with show barrows and gilts that also compete at county, state, and national levels. Brock was a 10-year 4-H member and also was a member of the Pike County Livestock Judging Team, where he had a very successful judging career. Brock attended Southern State College, where he studied animal nutrition and livestock production and management. Brock has been judging for approximately 20 years and has loved every moment of it. Please welcome your judge, Brock Wooldridge.
In this last class, finishing off your feeder calf show, we got two very, very nice steers here in your last class. There's some things that we want to change about each of them, just kind of tweak on them just a little bit. You know, one steer, we kind of want to extend him out through his front third. Another steer, we maybe want to drop him in his flank. He does got some depth of body and some side to him. They both got a good rib cage to them. They both have power up into their hip and down through their top line. You know, there's one I think naturally does it a lot better than the other. There's one out here that I think naturally is bigger footed than the other. Whenever you put them into motion, there's one that's got a ton of base width compared to the other one. And I'm not saying that the other one doesn't have base width, but the one I think puts the best combination together, he ain't got a stitch of hair on him. That kid right there is going to win your class. This young lady right here is going to stay in second, and she's got a really, really good steer. But like I said, there's just some things here and there that I'd like to tweak in them. Congratulations. But that's a good steer there. There's just a whole lot more power in this calf right here, I feel, to win the class. You okay, sweetheart? You all right?
Take your time.
Don't worry about the calf. Don't worry about the calf. We'll get the calf.
What hurts?
You okay?
Okay.
You want to come out of the ring?
Yeah. You all right? All right, get your steer. You're all right. You're all right.
The young lady that's exiting the ring there that stood in the third hole, just a big, rough, rugged made steer that's got a great big rib cage to him, and then he gets out and moves for the most part free and easy. Just a big, massive, big rib cage steer that's just an easy feeder. Congratulations to that class.
Entering the arena at this time is all class first place winners. These exhibitors are Class 1, Noelle Beckman, Class 2, Bailey Klinger, Class 3, Aubrey Lorenzen, Class 4, Tanner Perrin, Class 5, Lillian Lane, Class 6, Easton Jennings, Class 7, Braden Hatfield, Class 8, Braden Hatfield, and Class 9, Travis Brandenburg. Making their way outside the arena should be all second and third place class winners. These exhibitors are Class 1, Kylie Bosom and Tegan Tisland. Class 2, Eli Jarman and Ella Collier. Class 3, Mason Cox and Braden O'Hearn. Class 4, Riley Gregg and Alex Bosom. Class 5, Braden O'Hearn and Kaylee Rout. Class 6, Braylee Kirk and Walker Denton. Class 7, Colton Sisson and Mary Bird. Class 8, Aubrey Hatfield and Tanner Perrin. Class 9, Aubrey Hatfield and Emma Gibson.
As we get out here in your feeder steer grand drive, there's 4 individuals that's kind of running to the top of the top of the drive for me to analyze for your grand and reserve champion, or obviously we're going to go 5 deep on your top 5. You know, I'm really tickled with what feeder steers we've got out here. You know, I know there's a lot of sales around here that you guys have in the spring of the year and even in the fall here in the future. You know, but I don't care what they brought in the spring, what you got out of them, what this one paid for them, what this one's out of, who it came from, who bred it, who raised it, who whatever. I don't care. I was hired to come in here tonight, judge the cattle, give all these kids my honest opinion on how I like them, and that's what I've done all night for you, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. I don't care what these cattle cost. I don't care how you pump them up and you do this and you do that. I don't care. I'm here to tell you right now on this microphone, I don't care. When I pick these top 5, I'll be standing right there getting my picture taken with them. There are some cattle out here that don't blend in with others, but with what I got brought in that class, that is what I used, and that was my opinion to use that calf. They may not blend out in this grand drive, they may not have a shot in this grand drive, but with only 3 or 4 head, that's what you got to pick from. That's what I got out here, and I am happy with what I've got out here. So with that being said, I'm going out here and I'm picking your top 5. I'm going to take one more look. I'm going to think for about 60 seconds, and then I'm going to get back on the mic, and I'm going to pick your top 5 steers. One's on second place, be on deck. Out of the steers we've got out here and the 3 or 4 that I've been looking at the hardest, there's one out here that I think is just an explosive steer. He doesn't have a stitch of hair on him. What you see is what you get, and what I see I like. This big-footed steer right here is going to be your champion.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Feeder Steer, Travis Brandenburg. Aubrey Hatfield, please be making your way into the arena at this time. Emma Gibson, please make your way outside the arena.
We bring that second place steer out of that last class, and he's a steer that I liked awfully well, and I took a minute or two or three or four. I really don't care how long I took. They were both good steers. He's deserving to be your reserve champion. Congratulations. Or I guess she. Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations, reserve champion feeder steer Aubrey Hatfield. Emma Gibson, please be making your way into the arena at this time.
As we get that third place steer out from that class, there was only 3 entries in it, but the young lady there, she comes back, she's tough as all get out, got stepped on, and she's right back out here in the arena. Good job for you, young lady. Way to bite your teeth and get back in here. But anyhow, there's 2 steers that I'm kind of debating between, going back and forth. There's one that has kind of got a lot of similarities of our Grand and Reserve champion. Some of you don't feel that the Grand and Reserve match. Sometimes it's not all about matching, but I just think one's got a little bit more hair than the other one. But I think there's a lot of characteristics between these Grand and Reserve champions. But the other 2 out here that I'm looking at putting in that third hole, one's probably, a little bit more bigger and kind of cooler looking from a splash standpoint. The other one, is kind of a smaller version, maybe more of a young, youthful version to our Grand and Reserve champion. With that being stated, I'm going to go with the young man's blonde steer for the third overall.
Congratulations, third overall feeder steer Tanner Perrin. Riley Gregg, please be making your way into the arena.
We bring that second place steer in from him. We talked about how that young lady kind of eased her way up there into the second hole because she was pretty up through that front third, but we wanted to belly him down just a little bit more. He kind of had a little bit of a tubular look. There's one out here that's just got the power that I think needs to be in our lineup, and he's got a cool look to him too with the way he's collared. The young man in the blue is going to have your fourth overall steer.
Congratulations, Braden Hatfield, fourth overall feeder steer. Aubrey Hatfield, please be making your way into the arena at this time.
as we bring that smoke steer in that placed second behind our fourth overall. You know, he's a steer that we commented. You know, you use that Bronco face to win the class. You got to kind of follow suit with him. You all right there, Dale? You got to kind of follow suit with him into that second hole. And there's another one out here that I'm kind of looking at. You know, between the smoke steer and the shorthorn appearance steer. You know, the smoke steer, he's probably a little cooler through his front third. You know, they both got about the same amount of hip and rib shape and thickness down through their top. But whenever you put that smoke steer in motion, he's a little sounder. You know, it's splitting hairs between the two. I believe I'm going to go ahead and go with the shorthorn steer for 5th overall.
Congratulations, 5th overall feeder steer, Braden Hatfield. Making their way to the arena at this time is Class 1 market steers. These exhibitors are Ian McClanahan, Mary Bird, Henry Gray, and Hunter Collier. Getting ready in the barn is Class 2 market steers. These exhibitors are Clint Dollenmeyer, Wyatt Wolfer, Paisley Tyndall, and Mary Bird. Just a quick reminder, if you plan on taking any beef projects off the fairgrounds tonight, please come to the announcer's stand so we can go ahead and have you checked out. And you have from now until 1 hour after the conclusion of the market beef show to go to the sales trailer and consign your animals. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 market steers. These exhibitors are Ian McClanahan, Mary Bird, Henry Gray, and Hunter Collier. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 2 market steers. These exhibitors are Clint Dollenmeyer, Wyatt Wolfer, Paisley Tyndall, and Mary Bird. Getting ready in the ring is Class 3 market steers. These exhibitors are Riley Gregg, William Bertzel, Wyatt Wolfer, and Braden O'Hearn.
As we start your fat steer show, market fat steer show here, we got the two red ones that worked their way to the top. You know, there's some small differences between them here and there. You know, and another pair of cattle here that if you would change them, I wouldn't argue with you a bit. I just feel the red steer's a little fresher in his finish and more at 12 o'clock. I'm going to use that steer to win his class. The young man steer here, he's probably a little past his prime, but he's not too far. You know, I'd probably like to extend him out through his front third and pretty him up there to run with the red steer there. That's where the red steer kind of excels in that area, plus being a little fresher on his finish. The young man with the Xana Gertruda steer here, good job. You know, you kind of stand back and you think this guy's finished, but once you get your hands on him, you know, you can still kind of feel that he needs a little bit more cover. He's kind of borderline there. So with that being stated, he's not quite ready for the rail like the first and second place steer is. The young man, kind of the same scenario. You just need a whole lot of more days on feed to get him ready for the rail, but nevertheless, a good class of steers to start the steer show.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 market steers. These exhibitors are Clint Dollenmeyer, Wyatt Wolfer, Paisley Tyndall, and Mary Bird. Making their way outside the arena is Class 3 market steers. These exhibitors are Riley Gregg, William Birdsell, Wyatt Wolfer, and Braden O'Hearn. Getting ready in the barn is all Class 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place winners. These exhibitors are Class 1 first place Mary Bird, Class 1 second place Hunter Collier, and Class 1 third place Henry Gray. Congratulations to our rate of gain champion, Clint Dollenmeyer. The rate was 2.9 pounds per day.
as we get into the second class of steers here. Another class has 4 steers, and I'll be the first to admit your better structured steers are in the 3rd and 4th hole, but probably your better finished and going to hang better on the rail is still standing out here. We split between the 2 steers some different things. You know, when you put them into motion, one's a little off on his front end. You put the other one in motion, he's a little off on his back end. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here, but one thing about it, I feel confident that these are the 2, even though they're more the show steer type versus more of the production type. I feel that these 2 animals out here is going to hang hang better for you on the rail. With that being stated, the one that I'm going to go ahead and choose to win the class with is the one that don't get around quite as well off of his rear 2. The young lady with the red steer is going to be in the 2nd hole. Young lady in the 3rd hole here, your steer just kind of gets out-powered as far as down through his top line, explosive, you know, in his rib cage. He gets out and he moves free and easy. You got a very nice finish on him. The young man, another steer there that's super sound. He just needs a few more days on finish. I'd like to see a little bit more finish there and drop him down in his belly just a little bit more in his flank. But nevertheless, you guys went up against 2 powerful made steers.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 market steers. These exhibitors are Riley Gregg, William Birdsell, Wyatt Wolfer, and Braden O'Hearn. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be all Class 1st and 2nd place winners. These exhibitors are Class 1, Mary Bird and Hunter Collier. Class 2, Wyatt Wolfer and Paisley Tyndall. Getting ready in the barn should be all 3rd place market steers. These exhibitors are Class 1, Henry Gray, and Class 2, Mary Bird. Congratulations, Class 2 market steers. In 1st place, Wyatt Wolfer. 2nd, Paisley Tyndall. 3rd, Mary Bird. 4th, Clint Dollenmeyer. Congratulations to our reserve champion rate of gain, Wyatt Wolfer. Wyatt was a... What was I going to say? There we go. Wyatt's steer gained 2.7 pounds per day. Congratulations, Wyatt.
But the two steers that we got out here, at the top end in this last class, they're the two steers that's probably got the most rib cage to them and depth of side, and probably a little fresher into their finish. The young man here, I'm going to start the class with him. He's the soundest footed steer, probably the soundest footed steer we've seen all night. With that being stated, I'd like to have this guy just a little bit more bigger topped and carry just a little bit more quarter down into the stifle. But nevertheless, I mean, that's a pretty good steer. You might have spent too much time on the wrong steer because this guy's pretty good. He's just not as hairy as that other guy, but this is a good steer to start the class with. The young man has a good steer from a carcass standpoint, from hanging on the rail. He's got a fresh finish to him. He's got probably the biggest rib steer out of all of them out here of the four, but he's kind of small cannon bone and he's a little heavy for his frame, and when he gets out and go, he just kind of buckles on them rear two. But nevertheless, the young man has done a good job getting him here and putting the type of finish that he's got on him. We'd kind of maybe clean him up in his brisket area, but nevertheless, I mean, that's probably, in my opinion, the steer that needs to go in the second hole. The two steers in the class here, last class, they're two very similar steers. What separates them is, one's just a little deeper in his side and got more spring or rib to him than what the other one is. The one that's standing in the fourth hole is probably a little bit tubier. They both have the same amount of finish, so it was rib cage for me that separated the two. Congratulations to that class, and let's get ready for your grain drive.
Entering the arena at this time is all class first place winners. These exhibitors are Class 1, Mary Bird, Class 2, Wyatt Wolfer, and Class 3, Wyatt Wolfer. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be all second and third place class winners. These exhibitors are Class 1, Hunter Collier and Henry Gray, Class 2, Paisley Tyndall and Mary Bird, Class 3, Braden O'Hearn and William Birdsell. Congratulations, Class 3 market steers. In first, Wyatt Wolfer. Second, Braden O'Hearn. Third, William Birdsell. And fourth, Riley Gregg.
As we get out here in your grand drive for your steer show, I want to go ahead and congratulate the Perry County, or excuse me, I was in Perry County last Thursday. The Clermont County Extension for giving me a call and having me come here and judge your county fair tonight. And I'm going to tell you, like I said earlier, right before the feeder calf steer grand, or during the feeder calf steer grand drive, I'm going to give all these kids an honest opinion, an honest judgment. That's just how I am. That's how I'm going to be. There's no gray area with me. I tell it like it is. Out here, we probably don't have a steer in your grand drive that I'm satisfied with. But when you are at a county fair and you only have 12 steers, you got what comes at you. And this is what we've got out here, and this is what I've got to choose from. So it's hard when you've got feeder calves 500 and 600 pounds bringing as much as what these fat steers bring. It's hard to keep your numbers up, to keep your quality up, to have a big county fat steer show. So with that being stated, we have what we have out here. There's some bits and pieces I want to change them, but there probably isn't that exact one that's exactly structured the way that I want to see one. But there is one out here, when I put my hands on him, he is exactly what I want to feel. And that is the steer that I'm going to choose. Your champion steer tonight goes to that middle class.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Market Steer Wyatt Wolfer. Paisley Tyndall, please be making your way inside the arena at this time.
When we had both of these out in class, I made the comment I'd like to fix one off the rear too, then I'd like to fix another one off the front too. With that being stated, the one that I think is the second best out here is that second place steer out of that class. She'll be a reserve champion.
Congratulations, reserve champion market steer Paisley Tyndall. Mary Bird, please be making your way inside the arena at this time.
Hang on, buddy. We got you a show stick coming. As we get out here and we're picking for third overall, there's one out here that's probably a little sounder off of both ends than what our Grand and Reserve champion is, but he's a calf that's probably smaller. Obviously, he's coming out of Class 1. That's the one that I think matches up third best.
Congratulations, third overall market steer Mary Bird. Hunter Collier, please be making your way into the arena at this time.
The steer I'm going to use for 4th overall probably isn't quite as pretty off the front end, but from a standpoint of hanging on the rail, you know, it was kind of a split decision, you know, between the two out of that Class 1. The young man's got 2nd place steer. He'll be your 4th overall.
Congratulations, 4th overall market steer, Hunter Collier. Henry Gray, please be making your way into the arena at this time. Henry Gray, you have 1 minute to make your way inside the show arena.
Young man brings his 3rd place steer here out of Class 1, and you know that's the thing about me. A lot of people maybe think that I'm not going to go small. Weights don't make any difference to me. As long as they're ready for the rail and can get out and move halfway decent, you know, I'll pick them. It doesn't make any. I think maybe when I was down here in 2020, I picked reserve steer at 1,150 pounds. Then my 3rd overall was like 1,450. So weights don't really make a difference for me. I mean, you know, I'm like I said earlier, I'm going to pick what I want to pick, and I'm going to go home and I'm going to go to bed. That's how it is. So with that being stated, there's one out here that I really like how he kind of gets out in the move out of all the steers that we've seen tonight. I can't say he's the one that's the best structured, but he's certainly a good structured one. But he's one that I think just needs a few more days for his length of spine and his frame to get just a little bit more finish on him. I absolutely do not like his head. He's got a big old boxy head, but the 5th overall steer is going to go to the young man out of the last class.
Congratulations, 5th overall market steer, Wyatt Wolfer. You now have 1 hour to consign all beef to the sale at the sale trailer. Thank you. 11:37 will be the last that you can sign anything up.